Executive and anyone joining us streamed us listening for our council meeting. I'll formally open our meeting with our prayer. Kino tātou. Ka tuku mātou kia kawa mai no māngai ko whiriwhiri mo te kaunihira o te hiko tika ki te mahi me te ngāka auaha, me te hakamahi ngā pūwhinga, me te mātauranga i roto ngā wānanga, me ngā hakataunga ki hakatūri ai te tahi hapuri e matatikana, e tūko tahi ana kamutu ka haka ano i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka hakatauano i ngā take o te rohe, i runga i te tika me te pona. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives they have elected may govern the Far North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. I will move that we accept apologies from Councillor Dave Kapa today, but it's
second.
All those in favour say aye. Those abstentions, and that is carried. Just by way of mayoral announcements, just want to acknowledge that Councillor Kapa is away today because of the death of his nephew. I also wanted to acknowledge the passing of one of our Far North legends, Matua Willie Hona, who's a guitarist and musician for the Herbs, and anyone who frequents the Opunoni Hotel would have heard him gracing us with his musical skills. And I just really wanted to acknowledge the fact that he's mentored a lot of young youth as well throughout the years. And he is lying in state in Whirinaki. And I think that his funeral will be tomorrow. So I just want to acknowledge the passing of them and any other ones that was fun. E te atua hoatu kia rātou te ohi o ngā tōngatanga a kia whiti kia rātou te māramatanga mo tūnga kore. Eternal rest grant upon them, Lord, and may your light shine upon them always. Amen. Coming back to us, the living. Today in my maramataka is actually Tiria. For some it is Pōpata, but Tiria is the end of the low energy new moon phase, coming into some high energy. Luckily, we've got quite a lightish agenda, so I'm hoping that our council meetings will go as good today. I also want to acknowledge that, that this week is New Zealand Sign Language Week. So, kaha tātou, i te haka nui. Let's all celebrate New Zealand Sign Language this week. Oh my gosh, I've got to say rusty. I need to practice some more. Also acknowledging that next Friday is Pink Shirt Day, the Mental Health Foundation's Pink Shirt Day to stand up against bullying and to look after everybody. So remember your pink shirts next Friday. I also wanted to acknowledge our kōwhai today because I believe we had a graduation. Kōwhai, do you want to let us know what you just graduated with?
Level 3 and 4 of Te Reo Māori at Te Wānanga Aotearoa. Kia ora.
Congratulations. I don't know if you know this, but level 3 and level 4 is actually quite a high level of competence in Te Reo Māori. When I completed level 3, my Māori language skills were good enough that as a Māori TV presenter. So, kōwhai, those skills, TV streams, there you go, like up in quick. Haven't had any deputations come through for today, so with that we will jump into our first council meeting with us. We're 5.1, the confirmation of previous minutes, which is on page 6. I will move, would like to do the seconder. Thank you, Deputy Inspector. Was there anything that anyone had picked up for these minutes? No, I had a few spelling ones, but we can, one spelling one that was passed on, but we can fix that up. All of that we will put to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those abstentions. Motion is carried. We now go to item 7.1, community board minutes on page 70. The recommendation is that we note our 3 community boards minutes, which I will happily move. Thank you, Councillor Althea Karawira. We'll pass over to our community board chairs. Lovely to have you in chambers today, ladies. And we start with our Tepu Community Board to Chair Garth.
Thank you. I just want to draw your attention to the deputations. We had Peter Rising from the Northern Regional Council to come and update us on maintenance and upgrade of the Aranui River flood scheme. And we had a group from the Futures Beach Bowling Club who gave a dissertation on what they would like to see for their club, a covered green. So that was exciting for them. And we also got to meet Josh Kirby from the Kaitoa Business Association, who is now the chairman. So,
Been in the paper a few times already too.
yes.
Championing.
And then we're happy to fund the couple of people to travel the alpaca Thompson from here, which is always a pleasure to do that. And also the upgrade of the Te Ane Anua Hall area. So they are going to do some maintenance around painting. So
Fantastic.
other than that, if there's any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me.
Thank you very much. We will go now to our Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board Chair, Maud.
Thank you, Mimoko. Just wanted to start off really by addressing some of the issues in our rights. The Paihi Village Green Art and Craft Market Guidelines has always been a contentious document we've used with confusion with the retailers. So we finally got that in line and agreed and got on top of an agreement in line with New Zealand cruise industry's timeline, which is really crucial because we've been doing this around about August, September in previous years, but Cruise New Zealand, a pretty powerful body, actually come to the marketing bodies and the around about May, June. So we finally have caught up and got in line with that, which is really important. Just in relation to our funding applications, I just wanted to point out a couple of the importance of that placemaking fund, really. A couple of items that we funded the Kawakoa Bowling Club towards the installation of their sun shelters, and the Ngātamariki o Ngāti Hini Trust, we gave funds, substantial funds, towards the walkway access and beautification. This is really important that we have that placemaking money, and I know I harp on about it when we go through workshops and discussions towards the LPP. But I think this is proof of partnership, working in partnership with Stockland. We have a Māori Trust and we have the Great Eye. So this is actually a project to create a board with informative storytelling boards, which will be behind the old council offices. I think it's a Ngāti Health Trust building at the moment, at the start of the Kawakawa end, or the end of the, whichever way you look at it. So I just wanted to point that out, really. Although it's not our land, the board's really supportive of community work and the volunteers going to the project. The other thing in relation to funding is I think we need to address Ngātamariki. It's a real collaborative event and it's a growth event. We have refunded $22,500, which is substantial money from our community grant fund. And I feel this is going to grow into hopefully a district-wide, nationwide event, and the first for Waitangi Whaihi hosting it. So just wanted to bring that to attention. Thank you, Council, for the Anzac wreaths for our area. They don't go to the largest, and beautiful commemorations over our way. I know you attended at Waitangi. I also want to note, I see in the guys' report the mention of the Russell placemaking. I just wanted to thank staff Elizabeth Stacey from NTA in particular, and the volunteers in the community for fronting up at the recent pop-up shop we had in Russell to do community consultation. Went for over a week. Jane Hindle organised it and was overseeing it, and it's been a great success. I can't wait to see the summary out of the comments of that. And finally, Guy, our board is really looking forward to meeting you, so hopefully you can make our meeting next week.
Thank you very much for that, Stuart. And our last sort of community board minutes from Kaipui Hokianga, and it is out of order, that is on page 76, to find that. Chair Rutherford.
Whai, tēnā koutou katoa, morena. Just a couple of things from our meeting. One was a road naming. Those of you who know the area, Reservoir Road has an extended road that goes along some distance. That is a new road that has been named Te Punawai Lane. He supported 4 local groups with funding. We had a really good presentation from, I can't remember the guy's name, what was his name, from Waimamaka Community Garden, Liam, talking about the work that he's doing out there, helping the community to be more sustainable. So that was good to be able to support that kaupapa in our area. And just wanted to thank Member McVeigh for her presentation on our behalf at the LTP submissions. That's it from me, thank you.
Tēnā koe. Thank you all very much for your incredible mahi here in the whānau. If you don't open the floor to members, any queries, comments? All right, we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Is carried. Now go to item 6.1, which is on page 15 of our agendas. This is one great to have on our agenda today.
Yes.
This one is triennial, and it's going to be something that for the council. So the recommendations that we received, our Chief Executive Officer's Reports Council for the period 1st of Jan to 31st of March. Julia Councillor Haukia Harawira. Guy, I might pass over to you if there was any commentary you wanted to make to your report before we open up the team.
Okay, well, I can make a brief commentary. So this is a new report. It's the first one for the triennial, so we're looking forward to expanding on this. The first quarter of this year has been productive. We've had a focus on several things to the strengthening relationships. Obviously, we've started a road show where both council management and elected members have been meeting iwi and hapu groups. That initiative has been led by Te Hono. We're making great progress there. I think that's been a real success. We've also focused on building out our game plan with Farmworth Holdings and improving our level of transparency and our understanding of their operations, which will lead to, I think, a more productive relationship and probably better outcomes going forward. And then also just generally focusing on strategic relationships, supported by the Strategic Relationships Group. So Tuputono, which is obviously the Ngāpuhi Investment Fund, Lake Marketing Trust, Cycleway Trust at Northland Link. So there's a whole bunch of groups there that we've been working on. And that's just really in the interest of improving connectivity across the district and making sure that we are all facing in the same direction and focused on our objectives. Within council, we've been building out leadership. There were some changes that came into effect recently. One was head of infrastructure, so group manager, head of infrastructure, Tony Proctor, and we also now have a new group manager of corporate services, Charlie Billington. Org structure, we obviously did a review late last year on the organisational structure. We've continued just to evolve That's also resulted in Chief Exec's office and myself participating in a series of team meetings. So we actually have 40 team meetings happening. We're essentially at the halfway mark. With that, we had our 20th meeting yesterday. The purpose of that is to give staff an opportunity to make comments and brainstorm with us and brainstorm with management in terms of ideas that can improve the workplace and improve our productivity. And it's also an opportunity for me to just meet staff, get to talk to everybody and just gauge the mood of the place and obviously help with our initiatives in terms of evolving the culture. And once again, it's all aimed at providing better service for our ratepayers. I think that's, I guess the only other thing to note is that we have changes underway in the water space. Free waters having been repealed by the new coalition government. We are now just receiving some direction as to what we'll be doing in the future. We have a broad outline of a building a waters plan, which is the Local Waters Done Well. We're building that plan out with a target date of June 30 next year. In terms of financing models, so CCOs or council controlled organisations, we still haven't had direction on that from government, but that will be coming quite soon. So once again, it's a work in progress, but we're really looking forward to coming up with a good game plan and providing some clarity as to how we address our infrastructure deficits over the coming year. That covers it for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Guy. Just as maybe some opening commentary. Really great to have this report on our council agenda. I look forward to seeing it evolve as well. We got these in the last term. And while it is a retrospective look back, it gives me, and to that point, the colleagues around this table, a nice overview of our entire organisation, which I appreciate. I've already seen some emails, correspondence come through from the community. So they're looking at what our organisation as a whole is doing as well, which is great to provide that to Northerners. And I think there are some things that we probably want to tidy up, but I'm happy to follow up on some of those specifics. I'm just really grateful to finally have something in an agenda to give us that snapshot. So with that, we'll pass over to Councillor Halfgard. How do we do this?
Really appreciate the report. Order.
Councillor McNally.
Just had one comment, page 27, lone working under health and safety policy. And there's obviously got some devices that the staff have, and it says lone working devices are not being used in accordance with the policy. What's the risk to the managers, the CE and the council? If someone gets injured, the reason I ask, I work from home all the time, I just got to operate on the fact that everything done.
There are risks all the way up the chain. We're not observing our health and safety policies, and that's certainly a focus that I've been highlighting to staff. We won't go into the form.
Yeah, I've got no idea what it is, but I just think it's something that needs to be attended to. That's I picked up that I was fix it.
I think the main comment is that all management and actually elected members need to be just cognizant of our health and safety obligations and be vigilant.
Just another example is on some of these large farms, there's a lot of workers that are working independently and they have these devices. A lot of it's still paper copy of what's gone wrong. Basically, all they've got is a helmet, if they're on a motorbike and a high-vis vest, so it means it'll be easy to find them. But otherwise, you've got no idea. So a lot of the managers of these large units require their staff to at least text in as a minimum, come home. You know, but we've got some better systems by the way I read that. So use them, please.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Vucic.
Actually, one other I've seen being used by Top Energy, and that's just a simple device. A phone can be done, and it can record movement, so it can be setting off alarms. So it could be quite easy to actually achieve, some of the health and safety for line workers. But just, Guy, I like the report, so just staff related as well. You mentioned on page 35, after somewhat difficult past 12 months, in the recruitment space, we have made great progress in filling some key roles. Do you want to comment on that? Because some of the concerns that councils had prior to that is staff turnover, so maybe a comment on that. The only other comment I'd make on the overall report, I'm really pleased to see it, but what I'd like to actually see is some detail, especially on our major projects as they come to hand that we may be working on. But again, when I say detail, just a summary of progress to date and where we're heading and how we're tracking, but that's just a general comment. Thanks, Guy.
So in terms of staff turnover, obviously last year we went through a phase of very high staff turnover that was prompted, I think, by change of chief executives. We had acting CEs, and then I came in as an interim CE before being appointed as permanent. We had a restructure of the organisation, which changed an enormous percentage of our leadership, and it resulted in a lot of volatility and low staff morale and high turnover. So we've addressed that, we've stabilised things, and we're moving forward. In terms of employing good people, I think there was a mindset in management that council couldn't employ good people. We can't pay enough or can't pay comparative to the competitive salaries compared to the private sector. I disagree with that, and I think we're proving we can employ first-rate people and get them here and highly motivated to make progress. So that's good news. In terms of this report, it's the first one out. If anybody has comments, queries, or suggestions, please put them through the Emma Healy's office, the Chief of Staff, and we will add to the report or respond to any suggestions. So let's just treat this as it's evolving, and we're pleased to publish this and get the information out to people.
Thank you. I've had no other indications. Oh, sorry, we'll go Councillor Boy and then Chair Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor Moko, and thank you to our CEO for bringing this paper. I've written down a number of suggestions here, and it won't be a surprise to my fellow colleagues that I have and will continue to bring up carry forwards for reporting on that and reporting on that quarterly, so that we can have an update, so that the carry forwards are not pushed through into the new financial year and not mushed together, that it's a new works program when actually we budgeted for and rated for that in the previous financial year. Further to that, our rates and revenue collection, they need defaults and how that's tracking on a quarterly basis, and our debt tracking for our organisation as well, so that we can be transparent of that and the risks of our council. And lastly, two separate matters that I've raised and will continue to raise: housing for the elderly divestment and milestones for that, and tracking of that for our council and the savings for our operations that can be achieved by doing so, and development contributions, implementation and progress and milestones for that, both things that have been in place for 6 years, and we continue to keep asking for the delivery of those matters. So it'll be great to get transparency for our ratepayers as well through this report, that work has been done. But again, I celebrate this being transparent to our ratepayers, and I thank the staff for putting in that work, because I think people will read this and take an interest and actually see all the good things that we're achieving as an organisation.
Thank you for that, Councillor Ford. And that is noted with our Chief Executive. We'll go to Chair Gardner.
Just a small thing on page 31, I picked up that the Kaitaia solution and the building, well, I don't know, it looks like it's two different things in one sentence. So the Kaitaia swimming pool is going to be demolished, So does that mean just the pool or the whole building? No one has actually come back and there are toilets in the other building that could be of use to the pump track that's next door. I just need some clarity over that, please. And also, I forgot to mention in my little speech earlier that we have now set a date for the swimming pool opening, and it's on the 5th of June, which is a Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Gardner. Do you have a response around what is the plan for the demolition of the old Kaitai pool?
My understanding was that it's being decommissioned. I don't know the extent.
Yeah.
of the demolition. Do we have any comment on that, Kevin?
Not at the moment, thanks, but I can get.
We can get more detail. I actually think we need to find a new purpose for that site.
Yes, yes.
So we're working on that, and be the subject of a proposal in due course.
What I'd ask to that, please, Guy, is that is done not as a siloed in-house operation, but rather with our community board, Taku-based councillors from the get-go and the community.
Sorry, Nemo, just a comment on that 1 minute. There is historic and a number of RFSs lodged about the toilets within the old swimming pool and changing the fencing so that the people using the pump track can utilise the existing toilet infrastructure, but it hasn't been actioned for a long time. So it would be good to get a response to that RFS, please.
Thank you. Any other members before I put it to the vote? All right, we'll vote on that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions, that is carried. Now go to item 6.2, page 38. The recommendation that we approve the $3 rate. Commissioners sitting on the proposed district plan hearings panel. I could get, sorry, just do this one. Do you have any clear interests on this? Pecuniary interests. So that affects Councillor Foy, Councillor Hauka and Councillor McNally, potentially.
I've got better days.
But I'm not going to be.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't have to leave.
I don't have to leave when they should.
Yeah, you just don't. Just abstain from voting.
Okay, then I better move this one. I could get a seconder. Councillor Akina. It's a huge undertaking for our in-house commissioners. I also though believe it's incredibly important that we do have councillors as a part of this process, and it is what happens across the country, all of our cousin councils as well. It's a huge undertaking over on top of the workloads that you currently have, that you have all kept following our midterm review. So I acknowledge the extra work you're doing, which is why this extra remuneration is set out by the REM Authority. So just happy to move what's in here. Councillor Larkin, did you have any commentary?
No, I just want to acknowledge the elected members who force and have completed qualification for making good decisions. And there's one more we're waiting for, was 11 days. If that councillor needs some help, then make sure to call out. Probably not on English spelling though, from me personally. But yeah, I just think it's an incredibly huge task. And I think back to last year when we had the workshop around it, and Councillor Court actually brought up that, you know, the responsibilities that go with being an elected member, on top of doing the course, on top of sitting on the commissioning board as well, is a very, very huge task. And so I commend my colleagues for that. I wish them all the best for where we decide should sit on that commissioning board. Hoi nā no tāke mo tēnei wā. Kia ora.
We'll go to Councillor Vucic.
186,000, that is 1,000 hours for two people sitting on it. I didn't appreciate just how much work's actually involved. So 1,000 hours in a year or was it over 3 years, is quite a bit of work that's involved. Any comments on that, please?
Could you direct that to the appropriate staff member?
Yeah, through the chair, I'll pass it on to Tammy. She's the manager's in charge of the planning process to talk to the hearing schedule and the details on the hearing schedule and the timeframes.
Morning, everyone. I'm fairly uncomfortable with this. I'm not quite sure on the actual question that you want me to respond to. Yes.
Verification that that calculation is correct, but also verification that that's the sort of amount of work that goes into it, because I really didn't appreciate that. Having just been through a bunch of hearings in the long-term plan, it's certainly got nowhere near 1,000 hours.
Yes, I have been dealing with the chair of the hearing panel to get a little bit of an understanding. It's been a little bit averaged out because you have some hearing topics that are smaller than others. For example, if you were hearing the topic on activities on the surface of water, you might have only 10 submitters, for example, that who wish to be heard. If you're involved in sitting on the hearing panel that's dealing with the rural topics, then that's hundreds of submissions that have been made on that, and it will be quite a contentious topic. Federated Farmers, Department of Conservation, mixed bag there. And so what it is you've got your prep work, so that's reading this relevant Section 42 hearing report, also reading evidence that submitters will provide prior to the hearing, that's attendance at the hearing. Then that's been involved in writing the hearing report, having deliberations with your other panel members. There'll also be tie-ins going back for integration because of all these hearings, submissions being heard at different times. You have to come back, make sure you're all working together. So it does end up being a very large piece of work that everyone's involved with, and that's why some councils have made the decision, for example, just to go independent because of the big impact it does have on their elected.
It's a fair chunk of work, but thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll put this to, we'll go to Chair Port.
Thank you, Member. Just a query of those councillors who put their names forward. How many would be sitting on the hearings panel at any given time?
So at this point in time, we have, what we're doing is we had a workshop on the 27th of February where the panel all got together and they indicated which hearing topics they wish to be sitting on in terms of panel members. So what we have is we have a draft schedule. We only lock in hearing panel members as we approach each hearing because of the fact that we're projecting, 15 months out. We don't know what people's true availability might be, or if something pops up that prevents them participating. At this point in time, it looks like for the majority of hearings, it's actually going to fall back to one elected member. But what we have is if someone can't attend, that person who then moves us onto the hearing panel for us. So if something happens, we might end up having alterations closer to each one. But at this time, one. And I just wanted, to clarify perhaps, is that hearings aren't happening back to back. They are broken up into periods. So there are breaks for elected, for the commissioners and for staff to be able to keep up with the pace.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Timmy. All right, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed?
Against. Record it.
Councillor Ravitch, and we've already noted
Going into town then.
Thank you. We will now move to item all over the page. 6.3 on page 43. Committee recommendations and resolutions. I'd like you to move, please. Okay, I'll move that one and I'd like to get a second. Hi. This meeting's going to look like it's just me and one other. Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Any commentary from you, Councillor Kelly?
No, just taking this read.
Thank you. Opening for,
Page 43.
sorry, page 43. No, or we already have recorded all in our committees themselves, so we'll put it to the vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Abstention from Councillor Foy. That is carried. We now go to item 6.4, which is on page 55. Now, before we move this one, I understand that what we have in your agenda has been amended.
So through the chair, we have Dale Wasowski and Ben Rosser here. Dale's our electoral officer from Election Services. If you, sorry, Kay, if you don't mind, I'll ask Dale from us. We got some late feedback from the Local Government Commission, and Dale's here to explain what that was. The reflection that will be shared on your screen in the red will be what Dale is speaking to. Yeah, we'll just leave.
Can I, before we get you to open with introductory remarks there, Dale, and always great to have you in our chambers, mate. My understanding is that we are going to have an amendment to specifically put, rather than any amount of 2 councillors, Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board have indicated that they would prefer a member from the general Bay of Islands Whangaroa ward and a member from the Māori Ngātai Aotearoa ward. Can you just talk to us being able to do that? Because then I'll get them to probably move it, the alternate resolution within it rather than.
And if I could, through the chair, ask if the other 2 community boards would like to go the same, or if they just want to do. Okay. So just for the discussion.
I think off the top of my head, why we left it open was acknowledging the fact that Kaikohe Hokianga only has a single general ward councillor. So it was to open it to 2 councillors from a wider pool, and then have to have being the person who gets put on the community board. But if you could please speak to that.
Now's the time to make that amendment, one from the general and one from the Māori. Now's the time to make a further amendment to that resolution.
Thank you. Very happy for you to speak to anything further.
Kia ora, tātou. The report before elected members is on the 2024 representation review, where the initial proposal is recommended for adoption. The initial proposal reflects the 3 areas council asked to be specifically addressed. First one is whether the district-wide Māori ward be divided into more than 1 ward. Second thing is to look at changing the name of the Hospipi subdivision to better reflect the region of the Aotearoa area. The third one was to increase the number of appointed councillors to each community board. So these issues have now been included in the initial proposal. However, since the report was finalised and circulated to elected members, the Local Government Commission yesterday afternoon gave us a call and advised us that they have reviewed the report and they would like to see some slight changes to the recommendation. The first change they would like to see is the actual names and descriptions of the community boards added into the resolution. We actually have the names of community boards and the numbers to be elected and appointed, but not explicitly stating them. So they wanted that added in, which we have now added in. They also wanted to see a map added to the report, which we have also added in. But nothing has actually changed with the community boards in this subdivision. The totality of the The second and third things were really to see reasons why changes were being made. It's not a legal requirement to have reasons in your recommendation, but it is a legal requirement to have it in the public notice. So they've thought for good practice, have it in your recommendation, and then that will flow on to the public notice. So the two areas that they want us some more information about is the reasons for the name change of the Whakapiwhi subdivision. So they just wanted to say, well, why are you changing that? And the second thing is the reasons for exceeding that plus or minus 10% rule. And we have 1 ward and 5 community board subdivisions that are outside of that. So they wanted the reasons for that. And basically, we're just saying compliance would either split communities of interest or unite communities of interest with few commonalities, which is directly out of the legislation. And we've used that terminology before. So we've made those changes late yesterday and sent it through to Casey and now been included. Is that correct? Yeah, correct. Just finally, once the initial proposal resolution has been approved today, that will then be publicly notified next week on the 16th of May, which will kickstart a formal process of calling for submissions, and there will be a submission period from the 16th of May to the 17th of June.
Good, thank you, Dale. All right, I will move actually before we move the resolution, can I just get some commentary from our other community boards around see there for the resolution that I'll be moving, we've changed the resolution for the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board to reflect what that community board desires in terms of councillor appointments. Can I get some commentary from Kaikwe Hokianga and Te Hiku as to whether they would like that to be the recommendation for theirs as well? John, I didn't see your hand up there. Councillor Vucic.
For Tricky could actually comment first, being the chair of the community board, and then I can actually add my comments, which I actually support. But you were specifically asking the community board, so I'll be happy to wait till after that.
Thank you. Chair Rudkin.
Oh, what I'm considering.
Change or one or other.
Thank you, Member Coe. Just for clarification, the other two board members, the way this reads, you could have 2 councillors from Kaikoai or Te Hiku on your board, voting rights, and yours will probably be based. Ours is Kirikiri based, which our board does have an issue when it comes to voting rights with that, and has historically, although I don't believe that should be an issue with councillors focused district-wide and community board. The other reason we wanted one of each was because we don't have a Māori ward councillor regularly attending, has come to some of our meetings. And I found it really, when he has been there, really beneficial from looking at the Te Ao, I guess the World Māori view on our decision making. It's a real learning process for some of us, and the majority of us actually on our board. And I think that when it comes to decision making and where we put, it's really invaluable having that knowledge. So that's the reasoning behind our board wanting one of each. We never actually discussed having two ward councillors on our board. It didn't seem to be something that was favourable. So just for clarity as to what we were looking for.
Chair Ward, before our meeting started, you brought up specifying with the voting rights in this resolution. Can I just get some commentary to that point, maybe Dale or staff, as to whether or not we need to specify that in what we put here?
Probably staff might be more relevant outside of my expertise, so probably.
Through the chair, so it's our understanding that this resolution is what gives the voting rights. So the way that the resolution is written to include the Ngāi Taonga Māori appointed member and the general ward appointed member, this is the mechanism to provide voting rights for members appointed to community boards. So it doesn't need to specify, although there's probably no harm in adding it should you desire.
So it's very clear to Northerners exactly what we're saying.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
Can you just roll up? Sure. Yes, I can see where we're sitting.
So to all three voting rights, and then go to there.
Currently, as it's written, it is saying that we could put two councillors on your board, but those two could be a mix or solely from our Ngā Taonga Māori board or our Tahiki General Ward. Do you want to specify, as Bay of Islands Whangaroa has, that you would like one from the General Ward and one from the Māori?
Well, at the moment, I really appreciate sitting at our table. It's been amazing, it really has. So I can't really speak for the whole of the board at this point in time. So I'm happy with the way that's written. So
it leaves it open.
It leaves it open. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for that. We'll keep that as it is. Chair Rudkin or Councillor Vucic?
I think that having each is a good thing, and enabling the Māori ward representative that's appointed to have voting rights is really important. But I'm a little bit like Chair Gardner. I'm making a decision for all our board, and
yes, so we have
crossing my fingers they agree.
A reminder that you're making a decision for the next board, which there is no guarantee to be the same board. Everyone has to reapply for the jobs.
And I'm really interested to hear Councillor Vucic's viewpoint, but that's where I said I think it's a good representation having one of each, and appreciate both parties being involved.
Thank you, Councillor Vucic, based off that. The sole Kaikoui General Council.
Alone, because Babe Kapo who comes and attends and he sits in the meetings, and we've given him speaking rights, and certainly it's been really good as Chair Chicky is Chair Rudkin has actually pointed out. So I'd actually be keen for that. And given that the population spread in the Kaikoui is quite high, having a Māori ward member being on there as well, I think is a very good thing to do, and certainly it's helped our decision making. So I'm all in favour of that. I actually, in terms of voting rights, if you're a member, then you actually have those rights. So I'm a little bit, I agree with what Casey was saying, that really it's implied as being a membership does mean you come with all the privileges. So that just, but if you want to spell it out, you can. I don't have an issue with that. I did have another question though, which I'll point it, if I can just, I don't want to cut the flow, but I can ask it and it can be responded to after this bit is finished. And that is, I noticed when you're looking at your communities of interest, there has been a desire to get the population roughly the same in the communities of interest. And of course, Russell is one where they are certainly a community interest of their own. And it does make me nervous if you try and say, oh, well, look, we've got to make it bigger, and you water down the effect of the community of interest. So I can understand that. But my question is, if having a reasonable, if taking the population numbers into account and try and keep them even, well, then the blatant thing where we're messing that up is the wards, because they are not similar in population. So the question there is, should we, and this is my question, should we actually be looking at wards? And I know I don't want to do it at this stage, to be honest, but should we in the future be looking at wards that are more evenly based on population? Thank you.
Councillor Lucic. Just before probably pass over to Dale or staff to respond to some of the queries, a reminder that this is just signing off our initial proposal. It then goes out to our people to socialise it with Far Northerners and for them gives them a mechanism to comment, and then it also has to get signed off by the Local Government Commission, who may not agree. So this isn't a done deal. This is just what we are putting up to take out to our people for them to have their say on. Do you have anything?
The members asked for what we're calling a light review. So we haven't drilled down into a deep dive into our communities that are drifting price with a plus or minus 10%. We're basically taking the status quo because it's a light review. We could have done that. We could have sort of cleaned the decks and started from afresh. However, the exceptions of the plus or minus 10% were accepted by the last review 3 years ago. So they're like, I think we have to accept them. They are distinct communities that have this really big.
I think I just have one question for Dale. Just on page 60 and 61, it outlines the effective representation methodologies. And in the tables on page 61, it talks about the 3 general wards, and below it talks about the 4 community board subdivisions. In the Ngā Taihao Tokoro Māori ward, it highlights the population, the number of members, and the population member ratio, but it's missing the 2 numbers that the rest of the table has on the whole page. Why were those numbers missed out, and what are those numbers?
It's deliberate because we do not need to compare the Māori ward with the general ward. It's a legal issue, but we do need to compare we've got 3 general wards with each other with a plus or minus 10%. If we had 2 Māori wards, for example, we would have to comply with that plus or minus 10%. Because it's district-wide, we don't need to comply with that. So we don't compare the Māori ward to the general ward.
Can I just, is it the same reasoning as to why we don't compare the North Cape of Te Heku Community Board subdivision ratio with the South Hokianga of the Kaikoui Hokianga Community Board subdivision?
Completely separate community boards, yes, but we must compare the Te Heku Community Board subdivisions and the Kaikoui Hokianga.
So if there was a proposal by our council to have northern wards, instead of 3 wards, 2 wards, northern ward and a southern ward, which would also have implications for the ward rate, then if we had a northern Ngā Taihao Tokoro ward and a southern Ngā Taihao Tokoro ward, that would mean there'd be comparisons in the table only at that time.
Try and balance, get within that plus or minus 10% of 2 wards, but it's the same as we do that with the general wards. But because the Māori ward is just at large, district wide, we don't not required to do
that. So just a question for our staff then, I guess, about northern wards, northern and southern wards. So we go out to consultation with our community and we get feedback. If there was feedback about rates or the number of people in different wards, could the proposal about northern and southern wards be voted on at the next meeting, or is that because it wasn't consulted on? Because also I don't think there's been any discussion about the financial implications and how the 2 pieces of legislation, the representation review and our rating, effectively reflect changes in outcomes for our ratepayers and how they pay, as well as representation.
The rating aspect is not a requirement under your representation rule. It's completely outside, so we're not required to look into that. Sorry about that, but that's what the law says, yeah. But there will be a 1-month submission period, so anyone can make submissions to this initial proposal. For example, if they want to they disagree with the one Māori ward and they want to, that's their opportunity to do that. They make a submission, and of course council will then hear submissions and then consider that and either make a change or accept it.
Just like our last representation review, we had a huge number of amendments for the floor.
Yeah.
That included because like someone else that was late.
Clarification, please. Following Councillor Boy's question. We're going out to consult. Sorry, I've got my back to you, Dale. We're going out to consult on the model that's in the agenda, and we receive along the lines of those that Councillor Boyd just indicated that are a significant variation to what's on the table. Will that then trigger consultation? Because the public then has not had the opportunity to reflect on what we might land.
So council cannot just out of the blue introduce something between the initial proposal and the final proposal. If there are to be any changes to the initial proposal, it must be from the submission process. So it's quite legitimate for council to say, this is our initial proposal. We've got all these submissions pointing to this point. We've listened to the submitters and we want to change because of those submissions. And that change comes through in the final proposal.
Thank you.
Then the final proposal is
rejected.
To put another public notice, another objection period. So another formal 1 month period where people can object or appeal that. And if there's just one, it goes off to the commission and the commission then decides.
Thank you.
And a reminder to that is what Whangarei District Council did in the last review, where they went out with multiple general wards. They had submissions to have a single general ward. They made that change at deliberations. It was objected to by rural rather than city ward livers, and then the local government commission rejected that and they had to go back to their multiple general ward. But it's a huge process, so anyway.
Got an ancillary question. At its complex, and we're asking the public to make submissions on that, will there be a comprehensive public campaign around this so they understand what it is that they're voting, they're making submissions on, sorry, correct my language, what they're making submissions on, what the process is and what their rights are should they not be satisfied with the council decision?
Generally, councils do, but it'll be over to Casey and her team to organise that sort of education program. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dale. All right, just before I move this, what I heard was that Kaikoia did want to have the 1 in 1.
1 in 1.
To change that wording, but Te Eku were happy to leave it open.
Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Lakana, did you have?
A question before we move it. Or,
mai rano, mai te tau, rua mano rua te kauma, rua kua ata wānanga tātou, mō tēnei take i roto i tā tātou, mō tēnei kei mui a tātou i tēnei rā. Ka hoki aku mahara ki te wā i tino hoha Councillor Kapa i te mea ko tāna hihia kia noho ki runga i te poari a hapuri nei ke wāinga nui ki a Chair Rudkin mā i te ata kōmiriwiri, i te ata wānanga e ngā take kei mui a rātou. Tihai i haka tū i enei kōrero i roto i ngā ture e hakai ana kia noho mai tētahi kai kaunihira mai i te General Ward, me tētahi kai kaunihira mai i te Wāhi Māori. Nō reira, ko tā Councillor Kapa mahi e haere tonu i ngā hui a hapori i roto o te peo whairangi me whangaroa, i roto hoki i ngā hui o Kaikoe Hokianga ki te ata hakarongo i ngā take kei mua i a rātou. Nō reira kia hau nei, e hari kua nau, kua hoki mai, kua tai te wā, e tāna kōrero a pāhena retei. Ko tai te wā, ki ata titiro tātou, he hara ngā rua ka puta i te tūranga o tētahi tangata mai te wāri Māori me tētahi kai kaunihera hao mai i te general ward. And I just wanted to confirm, aro mai ka hui mai te reo Māori ki te reo Pākehā. I just wanted to confirm just after hearing the kōrero from our community board chairs from Bay of Islands, Whangaroa and Kaikohe and Hokianga, that they were actually in favour of having one Māori ward councillor and one general ward councillor on the community boards moving forward, taking into account what Dale has said, that they will still go out for consultation and that we will hear the feedback from our communities, which we've also just voted on, that Te Kaihua Taonui be a part of that process. And really just to make it clear to everyone that it's not, if we do decide on this and it does go through, we're having the discussion about it, but it's not a Māori or a general ward. It's two different perspectives coming together to make better decisions for the whole of the Far North District. It's not solely focused on just general ward constituents or Māori ward constituents. It's looking at whatever's on the items that are on the agendas, whatever the issues are before those community board members and councillors with voting rights and speaking rights to make the best decisions moving forward. Not Māori, not general ward, one whakaaro, one kōrero for everyone. That is how I see this, ka pai. So I think we really need to think about, stop looking at the wording and start looking at what the goal is. Ka pai, kia ora mai tātou.
Can I just get clarification on Bay of Islands Funeral? Yes. Kaikohe Hokianga, yes. And down to Te Heku, please.
Remained 2 members.
Open to 2 members. Right. All right, I will move this.
Before you put it, I have a question for the Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board. You only have one general ward councillor. If they're unable to take up additional duties, that could be quite restrictive. And you might wish then to have 2 Māori ward councillors. I just wonder if we've got...
You articulated that better than I did. Thank you.
I'm just, can we just have a quick chat about that before we put it, because I don't want you to get into a position where you're stuck.
So the option of having 2, the same as Te Heku, would be a better option.
Well, it leaves you more open. You don't know who's going to be your general councillor or if they have a desire to be on the community board, to be fair.
Sorry, and through the chair, it also leaves the option to only have 1. Even though the resolution reflects 2 members, that doesn't mean that you need 2 members. It just gives you the option to have up to 2 members. We just can't put the words up to in the resolution.
Okay, think about that, Chair Ward.
Just to comment on that, the thinking behind it is that we have 3 ward councillors and they can come to our meeting at any time. So if their appointed councillor can't come, it would be good to communicate so that another councillor is present. Likewise, if we had 4 Māori ward councillors and the community board meet 3 days in a row and those councillors spread throughout the district, there's 1 floating, there's 3 and we have 4, there's 1 floating. So I think that allows for absenteeism or sickness, but it's definitely more beneficial in our ward with the three councillors to be more flexible. So I would expect if one can't come, then somebody else may consider coming.
Happy to leave it as it is, Chair Rudkin?
No. Can I
You'll go back to the original wording?
back to the original wording?
Thank you.
It's fine, thank you.
If I could get a seconder for that, please.
me.
Deputy Mayor Stratford, do you want to speak in favour or against this motion?
Just appreciate the work, the feedback so far from the community and welcome their constructive responses through this consultation.
Would any other members like to speak to or against the motion? All right, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions?
Abstain, please.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Radich, if my ears heard right. Thank you, Councillor Radich. And that is carried. We will now go to item 7.2, which can be found on page 161. Oh, here we go. Page 88. All over the show. Sorry, page 88. And that is our mayor and councillor reports. I will move the recommendation that we know by Councillors Court. Gold star for you, Councillor Rakina. Gold star for you, Councillor Halkia Harawira. Gold star for you, Councillor Vucic. Gold star for him, Councillor Kappa. Gold star for him, Councillor McNally. Gold star to him and myself. Gold star to me. And we are also tabling, which was omitted from the original one.
And it was received on time.
And it was received on time, and she was talking to me on the phone. She was doing it, so I believe. Stratford's report as well. I will move that we receive these, if I could get a seconder.
Aye.
Thank you, Councillor Halkia Tarawira. Just a little bit of commentary to my one, which is on page. Yes, it was actually. Thank you for calling me out there, Councillor Halkia Harawira, by a day. I really just wanted to use this opportunity to highlight some of the work that our staff have been doing for the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs Community Employment Program. The end of there have got some of the placements that have been able to make to date so far. It was also great to see them come and visit our district to hear on the ground how great this program is doing for us. So if you look there on page 155, 27 sustainable employment outcomes achieved as per this report for rangatahi aged between 16 and 24 who were, before coming on our Mayor's Task Force for Job program, not in education, employment or training, who had fallen through the current system that we have and that we, through our council and the funding through the Ministry of Social Development, were able to see get into sustainable employment, which means that they've been in employment. We found them work and they've been in work for 3 months. There's a further 8 who have already gotten into employment, but they haven't ticked over to the 3-month mark where then they'll be counted. But that's amazing. Like that's, when I look at numbers like this, because, you know, the ministry wants, like, you know, they want data as percentages and figures. But every single number here is representative of a final young person who, before being a part of our program, was not in any work, wasn't in the education, and wasn't in the So when I look at numbers like this, I don't see a number, I see a family. This is amazing stuff for our district, and it really speaks to the power of localism, and that through local delivery, we can see better outcomes than some of our central government agencies who are just a little bit further removed from our communities and from the ground. So I just really wanted to highlight these numbers, that we have another tranche of funding for the next financial year through the Mayor's Task Force for Jobs Core Group. We'll be pushing for further funding because the program across the country is seeing great outcomes like this. Please, as a reminder, reach out if you, through your networks, are aware of any rangatahi who may need some support to get into mahi. Please reach out if you have any businesses that you know of who would be willing to take on rangatahi or training programs. And the great thing about our Mayor's Task Force for Jobs program funding, that the funding is more flexible than what our central government agencies are able to do with their funding. So through our Mayor's Task Force for Jobs coordinator, Jamie Little, we can ask a young person, what are the barriers that are stopping you from being able to get into employment or education or training? Oh, I don't have my license. Okay, let's get you your license. Oh, I don't have petrol for my car to get to the interview. Okay, we'll buy you petrol vouchers. I don't have a phone to even receive a call to say that I've got a job interview. Okay, we'll buy you a phone. Why don't you have this? We'll buy you two. So we can do things with our funding to just try and remove any and all barriers that are standing in the way of a young person getting into employment, like buying them lunch. So it is. I think that's why this funding in this program is more successful than our central government agencies have, because we can one-on-one identify what those issues or barriers or problems are and then just work to try and solve them. So I really take my hat off to the program, to our staff within this organisation who have picked up the challenge to carry this program for us on our behalf, because it's a real success story. And we don't have, we don't always have the best reputation in the paper or anything like that. But hidden within this organisation, there's some really great stories, great work that's going on for the people. So I want to use this opportunity. Okay. Councillor Halkia, I don't even write down who seconded this.
I did.
Councillor Halkia Haruina, did you have any commentary before we go to councillors?
Haruina mahi o ngā kaikaini ira.
Councillor Lucich.
Centrally driven, it's just too much of a workload to actually get down to that level of detail. And another great example of localism is Fire Hilda's report on page 2, showing the decommissioning of the dam. And you can see the reconstruction and armouring of the future riverbed and the detail that's going in there. So congratulations to the Ngāpuhi Trust up there for what they're actually doing and how well they're doing it. But my real questions, and it's a great addition, I don't know who put it there, and that's the National Infrastructure Plan from LGNZ. And I was pleased to see that there. And I like what they mentioned in terms of what Australia is actually doing, and to have a standardised process to assess infrastructure proposals and so on, I think is a key one. And certainly asset management, I don't see why we can't look at a LGNZ helping there or providing it, maybe broken down by metro, provincial and rural, just to reduce costs in terms of asset management systems and provide some expertise, and we can use that and standards that is expected and assistance there would be great. So I just wanted to highlight that report, saying there's some good information in there. And I'd like to see that going forward, and obviously they are going to have that meeting in Wellington. I do have a question though, if you'll see on page 126, and it's just something I noted here. They talked about the $1 trillion on infrastructure, no chance sort of thing comment. And then they put the rises where they've got renewals at 4.6%. Renewals should be covered through depreciation, and if that's the case, and it's something we've raised before, building new assets and so on, you're also creating greater and greater debts and depreciation. So also we've got to be careful how we spend that it is actually spent on the renewals that it's been collected for. And I think we desperately need better asset management, better processes, better understanding of depreciation, and looking at the long-term planning. So any initiative from LGNZ that can actually assist and help, I'm all for that. So thank you. Those are my comments. But good reports. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Lucic, and I believe this is Councillor McNally's report. Did you have any I didn't know if your hand was up or if you were scratching your head.
You'll do a couple of comments relating to the task force, Mayoral Task Force for Jobs. At the conference I've attended in Wellington, that's a success all over New Zealand. There's really a lot of long-term benefits for the young people that attend them. And the group within the municipal government that drive out those the women that they're presenting, they're keen to hear and expand that where possible. Just in relation to my report, yeah, that wasn't me, John. Stolen all my thunder, and I probably just lost my gold star. But just a couple of things for the rate players. Thank you to all of those who consulted through the LPP process. And our focus as a council now is actually on how we manage the budget or get our staff to assist us redraft the budget. So that budget will be our focus for the next little bit. Just changes made to the government policy statement, which affects our land transport funding and comes through to this long-term plan. As a council, we now need to ensure we capture the intent of the change mentioned by the Minister, back to basics, and focus on prioritising the work program. So looking at the life cost of the asset, secure long-term benefit out of all our maintenance and rebuild work. So prioritise program on that as well. As far as the reports I put in there's a couple of items I'll refer to briefly. Local Government New Zealand on page of the agenda, it's page 120. They're just their priorities. And I'll just highlight a couple. Sufficient long-term transport investment and that prioritise better asset management, which Don's coming on. And also a climate resilient, low carbon transport network. We can achieve that by some prioritised bridge upgrades to reduce the vehicle kilometres travelled. It all costs money. The GPS, the key points, they talked, it was all about the land transport system, long-term focus, ensuring the funding sustainable. The funding model is broken. Councillor Court brings this up quite frequently. And the local government funding hasn't increased over the last couple of decades, whereas the government funding of similar work has gone up about 40-something%. So to improve the land transport, Local Government New Zealand wants to increase funding in key areas and greater flexibility for councils. And from that means with our spending program, we need to be able to focus the money where it's needed. The government's not going to just give us a big lump sum and we do what we want. So the current funding silos need some attention, which come down through the regional land transport plan. And then the report that infrastructure priority that Jeff Cooper from I think it's Infrastructure New Zealand or something. And that's where the National Infrastructure Plan, New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, Jeff Cooper, his presentation was really enlightening. And, if you look at the amount of assets, infrastructure assets, central government's got 129 billion, local government's got 76 billion. So we're not far behind, but we're way unfunded by comparison. And so there's that imbalance. So rate players, if you're talking to our local ministers, MPs in the House, tell them we need more money. Please.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Thank you. Just total call, Steve, he was saying to residents and ratepayers, for your submissions to the LTP, but also just wanted to touch on my elected member submitted in on time. I wanted to check whether it will be uploaded to the agendas and minutes so the public can see that. Thank you. On my elected member report, I touched on the government inquiry into the North Island severe weather events, and it highlighted that there were several failings in the system, but most importantly, it wasn't the people in the system, it's the processes. And I note in my report that if we had received the full extent of Cyclone Gabrielle, we would have been exactly like Port Bay, if not worse. So I commend and I congratulated the community and Marae Hapu response groups that have been standing up for years, but even the new ones, there were people in the room from Kirikiri, for example, that are getting ready to reinvigorate their response groups so that a big town like Kirikiri can have, volunteers available there for when civil defence needs to call on them, or they decide themselves that they need to stand up and respond. So, yeah, our emergency management system would not function without all the volunteers. So up on the wall here for staff, the elected members have put up a whole host of things that need to be achieved by a certain date. So make sure SLT and Vi, you're familiar with that. One of them is the civic awards that we want to bring back, and I really want to see our emergency management volunteers especially recognised in that space. The hearings kick off on the 27th of May for the proposed district planning. Hilda and Councillor Foy are first up on that panel, and we'll all be welcome to take part in the Mihi Whakato. Somebody from that team will let us know. But it goes for about, it'll run until September of 2025. So, and I'm only on three panels. It's only over 2 weeks. But they're on heaps.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. We'll put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We'll now go to our council open resolutions update on page 178. Oh, page 161. Recommendation is that we receive our resolutions, open resolutions update. If I could get a mover. Thank you, Councillor McNally. And I'll second. Councillor McNally.
I'm just looking at the timeline on some of these things, and I realise we do have processes we've followed, but some of this, just wondering how we speed it up. You look at the market, it's probably really finished now, but that's 11 months. The next one is Russell Landfill, 9 months, and we're still investigating the quantity of leachate that's coming out of it. That could take several years. It might speed up. So I just think we need a bit more of how do we resolve it, or what are we doing? Rangitane Maritime Development. This has been going on a lot longer than issues are from there, July 23 to 24. So really there's quite a lot longer than that, and I still don't know where we're heading with that. Turner Centre Stormwater, that's really concerning for me. That's, from my work out, that's 16 months since we started that. And I get that, there was a bit of extra work for engineers, but that should have been at least highlighted back to us that this work will not be progressed until he'd finished what he was doing. We should have handed it on to someone else, the person that's picked it up. Same thing for the Esplanade Reserve at Woodley Grant easement. I get there's a valuation, legal process, a whole lot of stuff there, and it may well be back in the person that wanted the easement's hands, but it's the same thing. It's 14 months. The next one is Ngakahu. It shows 26 months, but it's actually decades longer than that. But we're nearly complete there, and well done to the local contractors and Des for getting it to where it is over the last few months. I could go on, but you get my point. I just think we've got to be more precise of why the hold-up is, and just saying it's been referred to another person in the council doesn't cut it for me.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. I second that. Who's going to speak? My one is just page, I don't even know what page it is, 168, our resolution for the Authority Dam through Te Paukura Trust. With the changes to 3 waters, we require that to come back to the table from how that reads. Because otherwise there are going to be serious implications for that dam in the scheme should our funding not be approved to go across to that. So if we should get a paper, another paper if that's required there. That's it for me. Anyone else? No, we'll put that to the Councillor Haukiaparo.
Sorry, just wondering, the group that visited during the Te Kuaka session, is it the Lake or Mapiri group that you got on with this or anything? Or, I don't know if these are.
Resolutions.
I suppose what I'm saying is it would be good to see Lake Omapiri be somewhere included, whether we have to pass a motion at a future date or whatever. If we've worked on Te Matawi and this lake, and then this one is a natural one in our own area and highly polluted, and it would be good to see it on sort of work plan. I just assumed there was some working relationship with the council. I'm sure.
We have significant interactions with the Omapiri Trust. I've been out there. I've participated in a planting day with the members of the trust and the community. We linked that in with NRC. We're having discussions about various resource consents for that project. We also wrote a letter of support for the Lake Omapiri Trust to put in a fast track submission for this new fast track legislation. So we're very supportive, and we have a great line of communication with the trust, and we'll be progressing that when it gets to the resolution stage.
Thank you. We'll go Deputy Administrator for the Council report.
Just noting also that they did, Lake Omapiri Trust's submission was through the long-term plan process, so it would come up in deliberations there. The Tirana Centre Stormwater Catchment Project, we made that resolution December 2022, and we even approved a direct appointment of somebody to do the design work. Is the issue that the design hasn't been done, or there's a price for the design and this, information needs to come back to council so that we can discuss it going in the LTP? This is when we were asked to approve this funding, there was significant risk around us not, addressing that stormwater situation. So where the bloody hell are we? Excuse me, sorry.
Yes, please. Through Kahika. Just going to address some comments. First, Councillor McNally, I accepted that some of the timelines in these matters with the open resolutions are not acceptable, and I think the drainage on Tuna Centre is a good example. I don't know where we got to with progression on that, and I think obviously we're just having a restructure of Far North Waters and water matters. We've had 3 waters repealed. We've just established a new infrastructure team. Getting on track. I've just made a note that I will be addressing this with SLT. More generally, I'm not happy with the time it takes to do a lot of things in council, and so we are sort of stepping up a bit of an analysis on timelines for a number of projects and trying to accelerate those. And as we've all learned, we can do things faster because we've just seen the decommissioning of a Kodi Dam in Teku happened very rapidly after more than a decade of hold-ups. So that gives me hope for the future.
Sorry, just in case people don't realise, it's not the Turner Centre's problem of it, it's that whole catchment to, what is it, the cinema, Cafe Cinema, that whole block there, which a whole heap of development has just been put on. So this is a huge issue. Yeah, so I don't want to know next month. I want to know, Monday, Tuesday. Where are we at with that? Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Stratford. Can I make a suggestion, Chief Executive, that for our council open resolutions update reports that come to us every 4 weeks, that actually you yourself or the Chief of Staff are the authoriser? And I appreciate that Democracy Services currently hold this, but I think it needs someone up the top to be pushing across the different teams within our organisation to see where the heck some of these projects are. And there's no disrespect to the amazing job that our GGs do for us, but I want you to be able to take full responsibility for it. So if you yourself are organising it or someone in your office, then we will probably more likely hold you in our organisation to account over where things are happening as a suggestion. We've got Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Member Moore. Just on page 175, there's the resolution relating to the housing strategy. And this was a motion moved some time ago. There's not any names mentioned here within who's the reporting officer for this, like there is for the housing for the elderly, for example. Nadine Hopkins is specified here. So I just wanted to highlight that I don't know who's addressing that or a time frame for that. But I also wanted to highlight that there's been really great help from Kevin Johnson and the building manager about the recent changes to the H1 Northland method for the building code and the huge increase in expense from not just a few $1,000s, but tens of thousands of dollars for every single house that's built, not just in Northland, but the whole of New Zealand. And Trent, the manager of building, and Kevin Johnson have been really helpful in facilitating that. And a petition wording has been lodged with the Northland MP for that and through to the minister. So that's an example in the housing strategy of methodologies such as construction constraints and recent changes to the building code, which don't require a change to regulation, only a change from the minister's wording, so it doesn't have to go through a bill. So it's a fast process within Parliament. So that's happening at the moment. So thank you to Grant McCallum and to our staff that facilitated that. And also what a time frame for this, it also doesn't highlight any gaps in our rating methodologies for finance that affects behaviours in housing. Just this week, Rotorua Council has released a specific policy for Airbnb that is for any transient accommodation over 30 days. The rating policy means that those Airbnbs or visitor accommodations, it doesn't have to be just Airbnb, are rated as a commercial activity. And what Rotorua Council has actually seen is a change in behaviours from using the methodology that's highlighting that commercial activities for visitor accommodation in private houses that were homes for whānau but were changed to meet commercial demands and is having negative effects on those people who are paying commercial rates, such as our motels. And is that fair? So our council has no policy whatsoever. And the numbers in that report from the Rotorua Council is actually $900,000 per annum. And that's only a change in their policy between going from 100 days down to 30 days. And our council has no policy. So potentially that's multi-millions of dollars that we are not actually receiving and actually encouraging different behaviours within the sector because we haven't had a report back on this housing strategy. So I just wanted to highlight those two key points. It's great that the staff might be working on that. I don't know what they're doing or not doing, but as an elected member, I just wanted to report back to the other elected members that these are matters that we could do and that I'm trying to work on my capacity as a councillor in highlighting those issues to central government. In particular with our rating policies, I wanted to highlight that as a tool that we can use to address the housing crisis right now.
Roger.
Thank you, Councillor Foy.
Sorry, you want me to answer? Sorry, to the chair, I didn't.
Sorry, I'll ask all conversations to stop and sorry, Roger, did you have commentary to make?
I'm just through the chair. There's an interim action plan that was adopted by council in December last year with the housing strategy. Work has started on that interim action plan, and just as of yesterday, there was a workshop with Whānau Holdings on putting in place the framework around and the Stratford was in that workshop yesterday to start progress in the interim action plan.
Right. Councillor Halkett, you have already spoken, but were you taking a very long pause and breath? Or?
And just on page 177, need to correct the Cody Dam part there. The Ford, this is the second time I've said that, I think this is the last month. The Ford agreement has been signed, cancellation has been signed by both the Mayor and the CE. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor McNally, right of reply?
No. Just like to see, when you make a resolution, just make it happen a bit quicker would be lovely. Timelines, costs, milestones, who's in charge?
Thank you. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, all abstentions, that is carried. Now, before we go to a break, I will just do a resolution to exclude the public so we can come straight to the next. We are in a number of items on the table for our public excluded agenda. 8.1 our previous minutes. 8.2 regional connectivity agreement. 8.3 committee public excluded resolutions. 8.4 public excluded open resolutions update. As part of this, I'll also move that we allow them to put out to stay in chambers for PX. If I can get a second before this, please. Aye. Thank you, Councillor Rakina. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, the motion is carried. I'll ask you all back here at 12:30, so we'll have a 45-minute lunch.
Arlene, can you confirm the bonus policy?
During the public exclusion portion, we had 4 reports. One of those, Northern Regional Council rating agreement, will be released. On our closer with Karakia. May the sanctity of the words and the actions and the decisions resound within these chambers and within our minds. Ko te tapo ngā kōrero ka erihia ki ngā pātio tō tātou whare ki ngā koko o mahara haumi e hui e.
That's a small meeting.
The art exhibition tonight